Yeah!
No.
I'm gonna win.
So sorry.
Wow. Got fucked.
I forgot how chaotic the random items were.
It's awesome. I love it though, dude. That's like this is why 1 is so good. It really embraces the.
Oh my god.
I love if you swap.
Bring it back.
What's happening to me?
You can just swap
You-
with
this-
someone else.
Your
Yeah.
4C is a warp line.
Just
Oh my god.
Oh, I fucking missed. He said, "I'll take that right back."
I have a lot of strength, I think, so.
Magpie. Oh my gosh, I had no idea Magpie was the Digimon the whole time. I was slowly falling in love with Vilemon, but the whole time, really, I was falling in love with Magpie. Ugh, my heart. Come lick me, Vilemon.
What if the world actually turned out to turn like this, into like this style?
Well, we would just have to, you know, solve the Easter egg and win.
What?
What was that? No way!
There's why you shy? Oh, hold on.
Together, we'll crush them.
Why are you shy over there? Haven! Oh, Haven, look!
Your love's for real now. You know that your love is my love is your love. Our love is here to stay. To think, I think I love you, baby. I think I need you, babe. To be real. Your love for real now. You know that your love is my love. Oh, I didn't know, guys. I got into a bus crash.
some of this got me thinking about Digimon. Waymon, File Island, Puppetmon, and Digiegg, but I'm pretty sure that's not what they wanted to do. Because it's the stream title, right? And so, Zelda in the morning, Zelda in the evening, Zelda at supper time. When Zelda's on an echo, you can summon Zelda anytime. There we go. Hello, 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 hello. Welcome in, Jorah. Congrats on getting first. Welcome in, Brox. Congrats on getting second, I believe. Presumably. Yes. And that's all of you, I think. I don't think anyone else came in. But how are you all doing today? Oh, hello, Juan. How are you doing? I'm doing all right. Yeah, I'm having my morning tea. I had some exercise I did this morning. Biked for 3 episodes of Digimon Cross Wars. Then I did 2 sets of my core workout, and then I called it a day. I need to get back to 3 of them. But that's what this summer's for, right? Working hard. I guess. I'm glad you're doing great, Juan. Welcome in, by the way. I don't know that I have anything to talk about. I guess I could talk about how during the summer, life will be easier. Maybe. There's still things I've got to do. But yeah, I'm also concerned that I'm not going to be able to get a Switch 2 at launch. How desperately I want a Switch 2 at launch, however. I'm thinking it's not going to happen. I'm thinking it's not gonna happen because I wasn't able to pre-order it, you know? We'll see what happens. Hello, Gherkin, how are you doing, Yeah, how are you doing? Or is it, what do you want me to call you? Is it Gherk? Or Gherkin? Or Gherkin, yeah? Or what? What do you want me to call you? And I see a VT at the end of your name. So I should give you a shout out too. I should know that you stream, but Gherkin is good. Okay, great. Let's see a Gherkin clip. Maybe. Sometimes this thing is so late, so delayed at when it shows clips. Ooh, I like your character. Ooh. But how are you doing today? Yeah, I mean, that happens. I've cleaned up my clips because sometimes people will clip me and I'll be like, this isn't funny or interesting, and so I'll delete those clips. Like, for whatever reason, they wanted to clip that moment. Maybe it was because they thought it was funny and I don't. Or maybe they wanted to show it to a friend or something because of something I said and they wanted to make a reference to their friend or whatever. I mean, I've done that with Jorah, where I've made a clip of someone's stream, not because it was necessarily a funny thing, but just because I wanted to share it with Jorah. So I go through and I clean up my clips from time to time. Although there's some that I'm like, about. Yeah, and sometimes you might hit the clip button by accident. Good, just did some schoolwork, gonna chill now. Oh, that's really nice. So you hit the clip button by accident, and Twitch is just like, great idea, Star Fox. Do we have that? Do we have that clip? Oh. You're going to attack the enemy base? Great idea, Star Fox. Just the way that line is voiced and written is just so good. Hello, Frey. How are you doing, Frey? Why are so many people
hitting it?
That was fast. That clip showed up fast. Why are so many people coming in? It's weird. It's weird. For people to be in my stream, you know? You're sleepy. That makes sense. Ah, it's Pokemon Unite.
Huh, okay.
Some of the random clips are made by myself when I had barely any clips, and I wanted something to show up when I got a shout out. That's fair too. Like, I have a bunch of clips that I made of myself from my earlier streams, and I don't think all of them are nearly as good as some of the later clips have been. Just because, you know, you get more content and you can get more good clips just based on the sheer content that you have. Some of it's bound to be really good. And so I have a lot of older clips. You had to play your ass off. Whoa. Was your team being bad besides Misa? I know you've complained about your team before. For Pokemon Unite. Do-do. Do-do. Dum dum. Dum dum. Da-da-dum dum dum. Da-dum. Dum. Dum. Did you reattach it? Yeah. I mean, I've heard people complain about stuff. Do you play Frey? So I don't play this game, but I'm just curious. Do you play Marvel Rivals? And do you think that if you do you think that the user base in Marvel Rivals is better than the user base in Pokemon Unite? Ah, so you don't. Oh well. Last night you were in a stream with a friend and they were awful. I'm sorry. I mean... yeah. See, I hear all these bad things about games like this, and I'm just like, why would I want to play them then? And I know people are just like, you should play them because you'd be better than the average person, but you don't know that. Sorry, I was looking down. I'm still looking down. So my model's probably doing something weird, like looking off to the side. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's see. Sometimes the players in League are better. They might be racist or homophobic or sexist. But most of the time they at least finish a game. Ah, what an incredible bar. And that's what makes Gherkin scared about collaborating with people. You're okay bad at... I'm bad at gaming. See, that's the thing, Gherkin. You can still collaborate with people. I've collaborated with people, but it's games that I feel like I can play. Like, I did a collab with... I've done plenty of collabs with Luca Loud, right? On Mario Party. Let me give a tiny shout out for Luca. Just because I mentioned Luca. There we go. And I've also done collabs with Gemstar. Let me give another tiny shout out with Gemstar. And what we did is we played... What did we play? We played Power Watch Simulator, right? And so if it's a game that I'm comfortable playing, that I feel like I'm not gonna cause the other person to get angry at me just for being bad at, then we can play, we can collab. See, you know? Or I've played Mario Kart with people, like in big group settings like community nights or whatever. And then Frey said, Pokemon Unite. People just leave or sit there because their egos are bruised. Ugh. That's unfortunate. League player base is larger than Pokemon Unite right now. I see. You love Power Wash Simulator. There's gonna be a second game. Oh, nice. Gem and I are planning to Gem and I, not Gemini. Gem and I are planning to collaborate again soon, probably in June, with more Power Wash Simulator. We've got to clean some more locales or whatever. As long as you, so Frey is saying, as long as they're having, or in a collab, they're having fun, even if they lose, and that's fair too. That's fair too. I think the scary thing is if you're collabing with someone that you're not very comfortable with or that you don't know very well, and they're the type of person who will get mad at you for doing a bad job, that's scary, right? Or if they take their anger out on you. The thing is, even games I think I can play, other people are still significantly better. It's okay, it's okay. Like what, Gherkin? What are you talking about? Give me an example so I can tell you what I think about it. If you're solo, you're raging. See, I get scared about that too, because like I've seen very calm and kind people who are calm and kind, like so much, like all of the time, and then they just they rage out over games like this. Or they yell at Brox for not doing what Brox should be doing, apparently. Sorry, Brox. Frey played with a new friend last night and told him they got him. Last game, they didn't let him die once. Oh, so you told your friend that you got him, and you didn't let him die once. You saved his life so many times. You always yell at Brock. Oh. You're not the only one. You're not the only one, Frey. You are not the only one. But I have never played any games with Brox, so I don't know what it's like. Ooh, this song is a bop. He had like 10 HP and you saved him with his shield. Very, very nice, Frey. That sounds like it was an intense moment. So Gherkin says that they're decent at Mario Kart, but for example, their boyfriend is effing great at it. I'll say fucking great at it. And since it's against each other, it's not like, oh, he'll be mad at me for playing poorly, but it's also not always fun for me to constantly lose. That is so fair. That is so fair. Like, I get that. You don't want to just be doing 1v1 at a game with someone who's significantly better than you. I get that. Like, that sucks. Like, I had a friend who tried to teach me Magic the Gathering, and oh my goodness, like, we played probably like 30 games or matches or whatever, and like I lost like all of them, and that wasn't the most fun experience. There was also there was this play with Brox. So I will say about the guy who taught me Magic the Gathering, which I haven't played since, by the way, but I had a big crush on him, and he knew that, and he was also kind of an asshole, let me just say, which was not the best situation, but like, he told me that I was gonna win this one Magic the Gathering match. Yeah. And he realized after he said that I didn't fully understand what the text of the card meant, what one of my cards meant. But he didn't explain to me that I wasn't fully understanding what the text of my card meant. He used me not understanding the card as an opportunity to win that match, and then after the match was over, told me what the card meant, so that and like that was his way of teaching me, instead of being like, hey, in the moment, like, hey, you know, you could win this match if you understand this, and like, okay, that stuck with me for a long time. So people will yell at Brox so much if they play with Brox. Good to know. It's kind of funny because when you asked for an example, my brain was like, actually, you know, 0 games. Huh? This music. Oh, couldn't think of an example first. That's fair. That's fair. Sorry. Someone once asked me if I had ever played Shin Megami Tensei. And I was like, no. But I have played Persona 3 through 5. And that was kind of a lie, but I felt it was fine to lie like that. And they were just like, oh, you should play SMT. I was like, okay. You know how, like, when someone asks your favorite book and suddenly you don't remember any book you've ever read? Yeah, I understand that sort of thing. It's been a long time since I've read a book for pleasure, which is unfortunate. I mean, I've listened to audiobooks sometimes. Yeah. But yeah, I think... So here's a topic for the chat. Is listening to an audiobook, does that count as reading a book? Like, if someone were to ask you, have you read a book recently? But you listen to an audiobook, would that count? I think a lot of people say yes, but some people would say no. And I'm curious what your opinions are. Yes, you still get the story. We would say yes. So you have played Persona in the same way. I basically listened to an audiobook of Persona on stream. I mean, like, I feel like when people say, have you played this game? They're really asking, like, are you very familiar with this game? Right? And, like, some of the streams... Okay, here's a bit of a history lesson for all of you. Jorah and I have been involved in streaming of some form for a very, very long time. And how historically it has gone until, like, I entered the VTubing community. Historically, it's been Jorah has streamed for me. Like, a game for me, and, like, no one else shows up. Just Jorah streaming a game for me.
Oh, yeah.
But then, like, there was this whole thing, and I don't know if it's... I don't know. Jorah got Chi-Chi around the same time that I got involved in the VTuber community. Chi-Chi is Jorah's cat. And so, like, I think that combination of me starting to be involved in VTubing community and Jorah having a cat to play with, sort of reversed the roles of our streaming involvement. So that's kind of interesting. So Gherkin says, not gonna lie, sometimes when someone asks if I played a game and I've watched so many gameplays of it, so I know a lot of the game, I just say yes even... Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying too. Like, I've actually never played Persona 5, but I've seen streams of Persona 5, like very involved streams, and I've watched them very carefully. Jorah actually streamed it for me. So like, I know Persona 5, I also know Persona 5 Royals. And it's just like, yeah. If someone's asking me like, oh, have you ever played it? It's just like, I might as well just say yes at that point. You know? Or a game like, what else? You know... What's a game? That World's End Club, right? That's another game that I personally have never played. Or Danganronpa, any of the Danganronpa games. I've never played any of them, personally, but I've watched streams of them. To the point where I know their stories very, very well. I know the details of them. So, you know... Yes, you yell at Brox all the time. I see it. Brox has confirmed it. Frey yells at Brox all the time. But you're not the only one. I know there are other people who yell at Brox a lot, especially during Unite. Although, I don't know if that person's played Unite in a long time. Oh, let me not just beat around the bush. I'm gonna shout him out. Full shout out with a clip. Let's go. Let's watch a Sir Alex clip because I feel like it. When it shows up eventually, because this clip player is slow.
Alex, trust me?
It really surprised me.
Okay, I might take a look at Spotify after.
My guess is that the names on the handle...
Just to check. Just to make sure, like, if you're actually telling the truth, not for no other purpose.
I don't know what the context of that clip was, but I assume there was something sussy. That's probably why that was clipped. He used to play a lot. Sir Alex used to play Unite a lot, but it's been like 2 years since he's really played it. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you can convince him, because like Alex also doesn't like playing Mario Party. I like playing Mario Party with Alex, because I want to play a game with Alex at some point, but he does not like playing Mario Party, and so when he plays Mario Party, he gets so mad that apparently he needs to take like at least 6-month break from playing Mario Party. So it's very rare to get to play Mario Party with Alex. Time to get him to rage. I mean, you could get him to rage. I'm sure you could, especially in Unite. Yeah, Alex's streams used to be much earlier, and also, I used to go to bed much later, and so I'm very rarely able to stay for much Alex streams anymore. Although, like, I mean, to be fair, Alex's streams being much earlier than they, or used to be earlier than they currently are, probably wouldn't help you that much, Gherkin, because they would have been like 2:30 a.m. is when they would have started. So I don't know if that would help you. But yeah, it's a situation where I used to watch Alex all the time, like religiously watch Sir Alex, but now it's just like he goes live when I start getting ready for bed a lot of the time, and it's just like, oh well. Oh well. It happens. But maybe during the summer, when I have not as busy of a schedule, because it won't be as busy of a schedule in June and July. Maybe I can stay up later. Watch a full Alex stream again. Probably won't happen. I'll probably be so tired, I'll be like, I want to go to bed. And fall asleep. Be falling asleep during his stream, even if I try to stay up for the whole night. Or for the whole stream. Anyway, I think it's time to get into the game. It's been 30 minutes of chatting. So it's time to get into the game. Oh, if you're not in bed by 2:30, you'd probably go to bed soon after that, so I don't think it would help. Yeah, probably not. Hey! Oh, I love remixes like this. But we are going to get into the stream. No. Never mind. We're gonna get into the stream, so let's get into it. Let's warp over to the game. Oh. Let's change the category. I remembered this time. Hopefully, there we go. All right, let's get into the game now. This could take a very long time. Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Episode 5, Rise from the Ashes, Final Day, Trial Former. It's the last day of trial. It's the last, absolute last, Ace Attorney 1 thing. February 25th, 9:47 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. Let's review the evidence before we get into the game. Attorney's badge, sure, whatever. Goodman's ID. Ah, yes, Goodman's ID. Investigator's ID card, found at prosecutor's office crime scene. ID number 5842189. King of Prosecutors Trophy. 2 years ago, the halberd was removed at Gant's behest, giving it its current form. That's interesting. We have to remember that the King of Prosecutors Trophy had the halberd removed at Gant's behest. There's Edgeworth's knife, the murder weapon, usually in Edgeworth's toolbox. Traces of victim's blood are on the knife, and there are no prints. Parking stub. Record of parking in the prosecutor's office lot on 2/21, February 21st at 5:12 p.m. The Blue Badger panel was allegedly dancing in the evidence room at the time of the murder at the police department. This is what it looks like. It's dancing in the evidence room. Goodman's autopsy report. Death due to loss of blood, 1 knife wound, died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. Goodman's note that says SL9 on 2/21. Lana's cell phone. The word muffler was overheard during a call made to Emma at 5:18. Parking lot floor plans. We can see the parking lot for the prosecutor's office. Crime photo taken by Angel Starr when the crime was committed. Okay. Victim's shoe. Alright, here's another thing. I'll complain about this before we continue looking at the evidence. Hello, Enjoy. Mwah! I'll kiss Enjoy first, though. There we go. There we go. But, something I want to complain about. Because I've gotten a lot more Ace Attorney stuff on my timeline, right? On my Twitter timeline. And there's a lot of... Okay, one of the things that bothers me... Like, okay, I'm fine, like... I'm not, like, saying people should stop doing this, okay? I want to make that clear ahead of time. I'm not saying people should stop doing this. But it kind of irks me when people have these ships for characters that have, like, zero evidence to them at all. And there's this one ship that people like doing between Mia Fey and Lana Skye. And it's just like, okay, they knew each other in law school or whatever for like a couple months. And that's the basis of their ship. Like, that's the entire basis of their ship. And it's just like, okay, like, sure, go ahead. But I mean, like, they're having fun with it. It doesn't harm anyone, whatever. But still, it's just like, It's like in Digimon when people ship Matt and Mimi. From Digimon Adventure, despite the fact that Matt and Mimi never directly interact with each other at all. Which is kind of a funny fact. They just like the idea of them being a couple, despite the fact that there's zero evidence for any connection between them whatsoever. Anyway, continuing on. Victim's shoe, white enamel shoe, bears traces of blood from Goodman and Lana Sky. Switchblade knife. The broken tip was found in the victim's body, belonged to the murderer Joe Dark. Although there's something suspicious about this knife, and that the tip of the knife seems not to match, according to some people's reports. Luminol testing fluid, solution used for scientific investigation. Finds blood traces. Spray to use. ID card record, IDs of all who entered the evidence room on 221, except that we are pretty sure we know that the 7777777 belongs to Damon Gant. Fingerprinting set, yeah, we know about that. Screwdriver, evidence from a past case of Edgeworth's brought back to his office by Gant's request. So that was at this 4:40 time. Gant was just like, oh, take this evidence. And I think it may have been involved in creating an alibi. Mordecai and who's Mordecai? I don't know I'm sorry, I'm not a brony. I don't watch the ponies. So I don't know. What about the ship between Mordecai and I don't know. I have no idea. Goodman's lost item report. A half-written document dated 2/21 can only be submitted to Chief of Police, and this suggests that Bruce Goodman had lost his ID. Or at least we suspect that. Like, it's not solid proof, but it's circumstantial evidence pointing to that fact. Evidence room floor plans, scene of the stabbing. Okay. We can recall this. Oh, well, that's the thing. Mordecai is from regular shows, so they're not even from the same show. Yeah, people do that sometimes too. And like, fine. They can have their ships. Like, people can have their ships as long as it's not like hurting someone or whatever. Don't ship real people. That's one of my rules. Don't ship real people. But also, I don't have to take ships like that seriously if there's no evidence for it at all, right? I mean, that's the thing. People can have fun with it, sure. I'm not saying that they can't have fun with it. But don't expect me to take any ship seriously if it's just like if there's no evidence for it. What's another one? I feel like there's another ship that has zero evidence for it. Ah, okay. This is from Hunter x Hunter. There's this one really popular ship, and it's Kurapika and Leorio. And it's because, like, in the first couple episodes, just the first couple episodes, they're, like, at each other's throats, and people are just like, ooh, enemies to lovers! But there's, like, no evidence for that whatsoever. Anyway, rubber glove. Tagged evidence from the SL9 incident. Extremely thin rubber glove. Evidence locker, only the assigned detective's prints can unlock it. Indicator lamp lights up. Indicator lamp lights up when it's open. I've heard people from Smosh say it's really weird when people ship them. Yeah, don't ship real people. That's one of my rules. I mean, I'm not saying you have to live by that rule, but it's one of my rules, and it's something I suggest for a lot of people. Don't ship real life people. Anyway, unstable jar. Evidence from the SL9 incident. Final fragment found in Chief Gant's safe. Blood traces. Marshall's fingerprints. Found on a bloody handprint on Marshall's own locker. The print had been wiped. Security video. Video from the security camera placed in the evidence room. We are not going to watch this, but that was a fun excursion. SL9 incident files. Files for the Joe Dark killings solved 2 years ago. Yep. Alright, let's read it. Incident number SL9. Closed. Perpetrator Joe Dark. Crime. Serial murder. Sentence death. Victims Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall. Trial data. Head prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Witnesses Lana Sky and Emma Sky. Investigation text.
Bad, God.
It is. You're right, Jorah. Joe Dark is a bad guy. Investigation Task Force. Executive Investigators Damon Gant, Lana Skye. Head Investigator Bruce Goodman. Investigators Jake Marshall, Angel Starr. Okay. Neil's autopsy report. Stabbed in the back. Died from a punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was found in the wound. Name of deceased Neil Marshall, 27, male. Date and time of death, February 19th, between 7 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. Cause of death, single stab wound, piercing heart/lung. Assessment, died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. I'll let Jorah tackle that question however Jorah wishes to. Photo at the award ceremony of Gant, Lana, and Neil. And we can see the thing. We can see the jar, first of all, or the vase, the unstable vase or whatever. We can also see the sword thing. Missing from the King of Prosecutors trophy. Evidence list. List of evidence in SL9 incident was ripped in half, so this part is all I've got. And we see that Emma Skye's picture. I need to turn this picture upside down! There we go. Emma Skye's drawing is here, which we're hiding from her. Piece of cloth found in Chief Gant's safe. Evidence for something, but what? Bears Emma Skye's prints. Okay, that's all the whoa, shit. Sorry.
Here we are in the defendant's lobby, but there's no defendant. And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if...
I don't know who's saying this. Something's been happening behind the scenes. Oh, sorry. Something's been happening behind the scenes.
Edgeworth!
Oh, this is loud. Let's turn the... There we go.
Edgeworth!
Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number is, that is.
Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out.
You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything.
True. Not yet.
In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty.
But she didn't do it.
I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here. To hear what you have to say.
This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her.
The truth?
Everything goes back to the SL9 incident.
Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past.
That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened.
You know Taskmaster? What's the sound from Taskmaster, by the way? I've forgotten any of our sounds from Taskmaster.
If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened.
I'll think about it. See you in court, right?
I changed it.
Aha, yes, excellent.
This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now.
Here we are, we're at the trial. I'm gonna take some water. I'm gonna drink some water before we continue. I have my nice hydro flask. Which keeps the water cool and refreshing. I guess it's not terribly surprising. It's just I feel like it's not as popular as I would expect. It's a funny show. Jordan and I need to catch up on a lot of Taskmaster, though. We need to watch a lot of Taskmaster. February 25th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 9.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make.
Chief Gant. Thing is, you have a slight obsession with British game shows, panel shows. Ah! How interesting. Hello, Luca. How's it going? You know what's gonna happen now, though, Luca. Ugh. Your cringe clips. They're not as cringe as some of mine sometimes. If they ever play.
There it is! Oh boy! Come on, pretty please! Should we do it slowly? Should we do it like one at a time? Okay, one at a time. Good thing I have a pacifier in my mouth to silence my curse words. What?
Ab Hatham, right? Ab Hatham, because he's got them abs, let me tell you. Anyway, but hello and Joy, welcome back. Morning, folks, how's everyone doing? Hey, G, been back to the pool yet?
No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work.
Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, what exactly is this proposal of yours? He's got the automatic braking system. Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court.
She wants to do what?
Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial.
Huh?
I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office.
Now, Lana!
You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. The request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
This can't be happening!
I had to do it. I had to do it. Nice cold water from my hydro flask.
This can't be happening. It appears the time for this verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Objection! Oh, it's so predictable. For moments like that. One moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would be certainly premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, You type the alias in parentheses. I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. I'm a big boy, just like Luca. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh? Oh, to whom?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Yeah, that's right, Luca, that's right. The alias? Like, okay. What's a sound you want to play? Gherkin, what's a sound you want to play? I would like some hash browns, Luca. I would like some hash browns.
Take this, Puppet Man!
Welcome home, Master. Yeah, no. Welcome home, Master. Yeah, no.
Oh, wow.
Opterox Tech Tags levers too.
Let's go. Come on, let's go to Dunkin' Donuts.
Anyway. You see the part of the sound list that says sound? Or, I mean, there is an alias column, but the part that says sound, you put that in parentheses. Yeah, Jorah's explaining it.
But why?
Opterox Tech Tags
Omar yourself. Down to Chase Bank. Omar yourself. Down to Chase Bank.
I changed it.
Take this, Puppet Man!
Anyway, let's get back to the game. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Ms. Sky. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, we must find it or I will die. It would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. If I don't find the truth now, I will never survive.
Very well. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant?
Worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Ms. Emma Sky, please take the stand.
Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins.
You can or not. You can choose to type the underscores or not, it doesn't matter. See, watch.
Welcome home, Master. Yeah. Welcome home, Master. Yeah.
See, it works either way. Boo. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma. Emma Sky. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. Aren't you a school student? A grade school student? You should say that. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is.
Well, okay then.
He sure gave in fast.
I like how just Phoenix just became like a country bumpkin there. He sure gave in fast. Anyway, now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago.
The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial.
Witness testimony 2 years ago. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and he took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
These are dark times.
True, these are dark times. Those were dark times for Emma. I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor.
You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
You did, Gherkin. You did. You did it.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
2 years ago. I was waiting in my sister's office that day.
2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
Yes. She was second in command under the deputy chief of police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair.
I believe they shared the same office.
That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too.
The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man came running in and took me hostage. Man? Are you sure it wasn't a woman? No. Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of the ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest.
When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office.
There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me.
Pretty serious.
Very serious, yes.
What was the prosecutor doing there?
That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Almost forgot about Gant.
Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony.
I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark.
When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in? I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out.
Wait a minute.
Enjoy your food, Gherkin. Have a good rest of your day, and thank you for being here for the beginning of stream. And Luca, are you being a cutie? Is that what you're doing, Luca? Is that what you're doing? PP rises by 3. You remember that clip? Oh gosh. Let me find the clip though. I'm sure it's around here somewhere. Where is it? Huh. Where is it? Jeez, I have a lot of clips. Now where is this clip though? Is it this one? Probably not, but...
The epidemic has hit almost everyone in Emil, sorry. I'm sick too. What would happen to us if we didn't have Mia?
I'm assuming it's... whatever. Doesn't matter.
Paul in the shine with blue light. Could she be an angel?
I can't find it. Maybe I deleted it. I mean, maybe I deleted the clip at one point. I don't know.
Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then lightning flashed out again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago.
Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw?
Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. You mean this picture? Boy!
A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning.
But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. No, it still exists. But let me, what's it called, press you. Before we object you.
You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right?
Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes.
That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken.
But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it.
This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again.
Well, anyway, let's continue. This scene that imprinted an image on your mind, can you please describe it to us?
The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
That must have been a real shock.
Yes, Pikachu is quite shocking, isn't he?
Do I do a decent Professor Oak? Be honest. I do a better Jedi? I don't know about that. Do you mean young Jedi or old Jedi? No, I don't know. Whatever. I assume you mean old Jedi. Speaking of which, Luca, are you ever gonna do, on stream, the murder of Sonic the Hedgehog? Yeah, I figured, Luca. Even now when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly.
Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage.
Yes, and I'd be happy to participate, by the way, Luca, if you would want me to participate. Wait, let me get out my grimoire. I should have my grimoire out for this game. When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. Wrestling, eh? I'm pretty sure I was watching them.
Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell as much about this as she can.
Drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost.
Oh, it's not lost. It's right here. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet, you would insist on denying its existence?
Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture.
That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold!
This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident.
Please turn it over, Your Honor.
Turn it over. Turn it. Ah! What's this?
You have to turn that evidence list upside down, Your Honor.
Yes, what is that?
Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew.
Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here.
What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list?
Me?
Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list.
Huh? These lists, they're different from each other.
What?
It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other.
So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you.
What? What? Hello, Hachi. I'm doing good. How are you? I'm going to give you a shout out, though. Have you had breakfast? Have you had the breakfast of champions?
Alright.
Ooh,
oh, I gotta worry about getting hit now. Oh, that's fun.
That looks...
Yep.
Grits, eggs, and bacon. That sounds good. Oof. You are getting just smashed by things. Just absolutely wrecked by things in that clip.
Order. Order. But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor!
Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head.
If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Yes, that's quite conceivable. Mr. Edgeworth?
It's possible. Let's see.
Is something wrong?
Do you even have to ask?
Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing.
That thing? That thing that was dancing in the evidence room.
Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives.
I guess he was out of scrap paper.
Evidence list restored and updated to the court record. I need to see it. I need to see it. Okay. I haven't had grits in a very, very, very long time. But if you have grit and determination, you can pull yourself up by your bootstraps or whatever it is. Putting craft singles and grits and a bunch of salt and pepper. Interesting. I don't know about the craft singles, though. I'm not a big fan of cheese, especially cheese like that. Especially cheese like that. The craft single type of cheese, because that it's just like bleh. Sugar. I mean, salt and pepper sounds good on grits. Sugar seems like something you could do. I don't know how I feel about that either.
Very well. Witness, please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago.
Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture.
Emma's picture. Sugar on grit's good though. Okay, if I find myself getting grits sometime, I can try it. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Cross-examination. Emma's picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago.
Did you draw this picture right after the incident?
I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything.
During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Sky.
2 or 3 days later. The memory should still have been fresh in her mind.
Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black?
The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows.
So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue?
No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor.
You were knocked to the floor?
Dark had a tight grip on me. When Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed.
Poor Emma. I'm glad she wasn't hurt.
What happened after the lightning flashed?
After that, I must have fainted.
You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place?
No, I'm sorry.
The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further?
What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here.
Anyway, this picture. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw?
Of course, this is the exact scene.
It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives?
Are you insinuating that we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright?
It happens all the time, Edgeworth. It happens all the time.
No, of course not. I'd better watch out or he might find some way to cut my salary.
I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture?
Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here.
There is? There's a contradiction here. Is it the blue badger? Is that the contradiction? That the blue badger is like levitating above them? I mean, I know that it actually happened, but Blue Badger flew onto the scene. What's contradictory here? Yes, to stop the crime. Hey, would you look at that? It's a blue badger. Anyway, died from a punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was in the wound. Okay. Stabbed in the back. Doesn't look like that's going towards the back. Maybe that's what they're going for. Maybe that's what they're going for. Is that it was stabbed in the back? Well, it seems like I guessed right. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report?
Oh, fuck. I don't know. I think it's, this part here?
I don't see what's so strange about that.
That's because the drawing stinks. Mr. Wright, how could you? The act of making an innocent girl cry should warrant the death penalty.
I guess he means I shouldn't shift the blame to others.
Alright, let's read the autopsy report. Single stab wound, piercing heart lung, died from blood loss. Weapon found in wound was missing the tip. Is it the tip not being missing?
I'd better take another look at that autopsy report in this picture.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed...
The missing tip. Yeah, the tip is missing.
The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife this man is holding.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you, Jorah. Oh, Luca, are you sure that's all you need? Anyway.
Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken.
Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. I mean, Mr. Wright, you are completely correct. Of course, this rectangle she draws is clearly a perfectly accurate depiction of what the knife looks like.
Yeah, exactly, Jonah, right?
The rectangle, of course, it looked exactly like a rectangle, and we should assume that that rectangular was perfectly chosen to accurately represent it.
Yeah, yep, yes. Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken, too. Oof, broken tip, that sounds painful.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem?
It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. That's true, Phoenix.
Ah! What's the meaning of this?
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. You're acting like Francisca von Karma instead of yourself, Edgeworth. I don't know who that is, but I'm gonna say it anyway. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. Oh, so Luca, the tip broke off in someone's body.
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken.
That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly.
But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency.
Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence.
You're treading on thin ice, right?
All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility.
No. Order, order, order!
I'm gonna drink some water. There we go, some water has been drunken.
Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted?
Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. It's a hydro flask, Luca. It doesn't even have a sippy. I take the lid off and just drink straight from the bottle. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day.
What was that?
After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It's my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife.
If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife.
Another broken knife cafe, yes.
What are the chances of there being two broken knives?
Quite high, actually, Judge. I know of another one. Luca, that is quite a fan fiction. There's not even a sippy spout. The lid is just a lid that stops water from coming out.
Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one?
Of course there's another one.
If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by simple observational error.
Mr. Wright.
In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife.
I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us.
The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon.
Alright, do they want me to present the King of Prosecutors trophy or the picture that contains the King of Prosecutors trophy? Like, do you want me to do this picture or the trophy itself? I feel like I'm supposed to present the trophy itself, but I feel like they'll get mad at me if I do that. If anything is broken here, it's you.
Huh?
I'm sure this must be...
Okay, fine. Fuck off, game. You asked for the murder weapon, not a picture of the murder weapon, okay? Or not evidence that there was a murder weapon. I was presenting the actual murder weapon, whatever.
The answer lies in the past, 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. There's a picture of the...
This is a picture of the award ceremony.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's the broken murder weapon.
Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding.
That's a broken knife, and it's almost rectangular. But if you notice in my picture, it didn't have the flared bottom like this actual trophy is, and therefore this proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is not the murder weapon, because the picture was entirely accurate, 100% accurate with all. Yeah, sorry.
As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award.
Order, order, order.
Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation.
But that can't be.
Oh? And why not, Mr. Edgeworth?
Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed.
What do you mean?
I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Oh. Oh.
But the prosecutor was the one who actually died.
That's true. What's going on here?
It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions.
Wait, I remember now. I remember everything.
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth.
What is it?
Could you show me your evidence list again, please?
His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back?
I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it.
What?
You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we add this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Sky?
Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger? This should be interesting.
Emma's recollection. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
This is certainly most unusual.
Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year.
That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Stop it, please. Don't pursue this any further.
Lana.
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back.
Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter.
That is exactly how I would expect Lana to react, actually, to this moment. When I saw that man raise his knife...
When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark?
Yes, at least I think it was him.
You think?
All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports.
So then you...
I panicked and rushed toward both of them.
Why would you do something so dangerous?
What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall.
She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife.
But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help that other person. I think I knocked away the man with the knife.
What do you mean, you think?
It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Sky was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
What you did was very brave, young girl. So then what happened next?
Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger.
Are you sure about this?
Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief of detectives who thought up that hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember.
Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion.
Tell us, where in this room did you see him dancing?
Dancing? He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
His shadow?
So you mean you didn't actually see his face, with its winning smile and all?
I'm now defending the Blue Badger's design.
That's right.
but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns.
This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken.
That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did.
Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation?
Yes, actually.
If so, by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was.
What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? Who is this blue badger really? I just might know. The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture, yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, it is the defense's belief that on the fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright!
In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike.
It's this, buddy. Oh god, the angle. Yeah, whatever. It is this.
The mysterious blue badger was in fact this.
But that's... what exactly is that?
I need to see the picture again, because they're gonna ask me to rotate it in just the right way, and... Jeez.
What exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar. Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Let's turn this jar upside down.
Our viewpoint?
I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this jar.
Let's see exactly, Jorah. This is obnoxious. This is obnoxious, let me tell you. Is that good enough? Is that good? How could they be so picky about the angle when the rotation mechanic is so finicky? Oh god. It's the worst rotation mechanic ever. Because I have one control stick. Oh. Oh! Okay. I feel it's like this, though, right? Jesus Christ. I'm gonna look this up. I'm gonna look up the correct angle. I'm looking up a YouTube video of what it looks like. Okay. I was basically correct. You are right. I was basically correct. I also found this compilation video where it has a compilation of people struggling with this puzzle. I didn't watch it, but... like, I completely understand why. How? I'm looking at this solution that someone else gave, and it's just like... Alright, like... This is like it. Oh, there we go, finally. For fuck's sake. Well, is this a miracle or what? It's a miracle I got the exact right pixels. No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. No, it can't be.
Order, order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this.
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What an intense moment. Got the judge being like,
no, I'm not seeing it.
What's your point?
What do you mean?
So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything.
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything.
Indeed? Very well then, please tell us. What's different now that we know the witnesses saw this jar? The murder weapon. Yeah, see that nice glowing knife right in front of Lana Sky? With the blue badger in the background. I like how the knife is like literally glowing.
Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar.
At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright.
Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar?
Where?
Location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant.
But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself.
Yes, and it's these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office.
It's the same office, right? But yes, it's on his side. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body?
From Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office?
Oh, sorry. From Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office?
Yes.
I like how Phoenix is just like, yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason.
Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through that trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason.
Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright?
I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent that jar flying?
That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. See this glowing knife in the foreground? If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit?
A suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword.
Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy.
No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking.
Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility?
Of course the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mr. Wright, what's the matter?
If offense took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! I can't scream. I'm not allowed to scream. Thud.
No!
Thank you, Jara. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this.
So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
What are you saying?
I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances...
Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin it on the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence.
If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead.
We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning.
Touché, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility.
You mean there's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
I mean, the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another. That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, there's the only possibility left you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
I've got to think back to the court record. Real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind.
I mean, I feel like they're going for this. But, like... I guess it could be this. It could be the blood. Yeah. It looks like this could have been an E and an M and an A.
Is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession.
Mr. Wright, please stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer. Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek. Lest we die, we seek the truth. No matter how painful it may be.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased.
I think it's this.
This is the message left by the deceased.
This is that blue badger from before, right?
Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? If the thing could, I'm sure it would.
Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on the jar.
It looks like someone wiped the blood away.
Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away.
Yes. Sorry.
Yes, there is a line here drawn in blood.
So what you're saying is these dots were once lines?
Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message.
One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions.
Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message would become apparent.
No.
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us?
Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. It's my job, not anyone else's. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances. His murderer's name.
Why? Watch it be like,
No, that's completely wrong. Because you didn't connect the right bloodstains in the right order.
It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this.
Amy.
Emma.
So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind.
Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life
Was Emma Sky.
Because I'm not guilty. Sorry, sorry. No, I wouldn't mark her not guilty, though. Seaworthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant, do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted of his final murder. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in that case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. Why did they write it like that?
But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable.
Was he? I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice.
What?
We're merely keepers of the law. I like that they're pointing this out. Because that's correct. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied.
What's going on at the prosecutor's office?
They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How could he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order, order, order!
The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. Except Shu Takumi.
Anyway, to be continued. We will continue this, but I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I will be back in like a couple minutes at most. See you soon. Yeah, I need to, yeah. Lots of water. See ya. I have returned! Hello, Tommy the Lone Wolf, and hello, Enjoy. But I have, in fact, returned. Thank you, Jorah. Thank you. In addition, and thank you, Luca. In addition to going to the restroom, I also had, a snack. A couple almonds, and a mandarin orange. Now I'm going to take another sip of water. That's exactly what it sounded like, Jorah. Anyway. Sometimes when I drink water, I drink weirdly, and it causes me to cough. And then people like A Sloth think that I need more water to help me. No, it has nothing to do with whether I need a sippy spot or not. And so I'm like, no, I absolutely do not need more water to help me. Anyway, I did just take more water, but that didn't help me. Anyway, let's play the game. February 25th, 12:06. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh. Guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Hey, pal. There's the voice. You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. On top of it, you call me here? I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really? Like, how does he not know this? And why does it always happen in every case? Like, the laws of evidence are just completely ignored. Just completely ignored. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if your plan is to take him on, you're going to need this book. Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. In the 2 minutes before the trial happens again. Evidence law securely slipped into pocket. And this guy explains the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though, pal. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me. Mr. Edgeworth. Hi, Whisker. Why are you shaking that booty in my stream? Well, let me give you a shout out. How's it going? Everyone, check out Whisker. If you don't know Whisker, you should check out Whisker. My new clips manager sometimes takes a while to load clips, so we'll be sitting for a few seconds before it pops up. But how are you doing?
Okay, fine. Nya, 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 nya.
Oh.
Mwah, 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 mwah.
Oh my.
And Lemony, you're such a good boy. You know that? Such a good boy. Okay, there we go.
That was a recent clip. And you did a lot in that clip. I'm surprised. But I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Just gonna finish Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Because this is like the last segment in the entire game I'm about to do. But things have been busy. Things have been busy. But yeah. Hopefully things will not be as busy soon, but at the same time I still have a lot of work to do over the next couple months. It's just that that work won't have as strict deadlines as I usually have. That's the thing. So I do have some time, I guess. But anyway, let's get back into the game, I guess. The real trial today hasn't begun yet. What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Sky found out she unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there.
What?
And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end.
That's true, it's hurt a lot of people. February 25th, 1252. District Court, courtroom number 9.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have,
struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses?
I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and...
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
A solution?
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
What? There's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal.
Then it's settled. The, defense may now call forth the next witness.
Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance? If you called the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over.
The defense calls. The time's finally come to bring out the real murderer.
Oh, I'm glad he's the first person on the list, too.
Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand.
Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything?
As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime.
I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True. All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation? So, you want to play hardball, eh?
Please, Mr. Gant.
Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. You're not the acting chief of police, you are the chief of police. Fine. You're the current chief of police. That's probably what you meant to say.
Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony.
Oh, righto! What's with the grim face?
First, let's clear up this SL9 incident.
Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already.
There are still some things unaccounted for.
Oh, like what?
Like the role you played in all of this.
Son, either you're very brave, or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Sure, take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify.
Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. I like how he's just like openly threatening people in court and everyone's just like, yeah, this is fine.
Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony.
Witness testimony, the SL9 incident. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day.
This is fine.
Yeah, exactly. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
Is that when Doc was arrested?
Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head.
I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut.
The police chief has the right to refuse to testify, and I'd better hit him hard and fast.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day.
As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day.
Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up, too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant, Lana Skye, also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either.
So the two of you ran immediately after him, right?
That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. What's this about power outage? I was talking about how we had evidence of it before, but now I'm going to pretend like I'm surprised that it even happened. Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden, and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil when that knife went through his heart, though.
That's not funny.
When I went to my office, I found Lana there.
Could you tell us what you saw?
It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed. Oh, sorry.
Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor?
Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls.
Lana and Emma.
Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene.
How can you know that?
Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means... You found the body near Lana's desk? That's right. I think you said earlier. It was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor.
Yes.
Anyway... As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office?
Except that you had the forged evidence in your safe. So you're at the very least, involved in the cover-up. That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt. But moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances.
Is that how it really went down?
Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd better off staring at the court record. Worthy, always the smooth talker.
But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident.
Half of this list was found in Gant's desk. Yeah, I feel like it has to be the jar, right? Because the final fragment was in Gant's safe. So he hid that evidence. Although I guess this also could be it, the list of evidence, because half of the list was found in Gant's desk, right? Although I guess that's not necessarily involved in the forgery, he just had... But this would be, wouldn't it? You agree with what? What do you agree with specifically? The safe. Yeah. Okay, good.
You claim you had nothing to do with forgery.
Yes, yeah. And we know the jar is relevant. The piece of cloth with the handprint is not yet relevant to the case. So, yes.
You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up.
Explain yourself.
Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example.
That's the blue badger you showed us earlier.
A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk.
It was found where?
You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office. I know it looks like it, Judge, but that is not the Blue Badger. These pieces of evidence are both concrete proof that you played a part in the illegal investigation.
Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this?
Oh. Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy.
So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery?
Who, me? Or do you mean you?
Me? Why would I have anything to do with that?
Well, you were the one who snuck into my office wherein you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment.
What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work.
Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene.
My. Kids these days know longer how to put two and two together. I'm gonna drink some water. I know it's gonna make me pee again later, but that's life, isn't it? That's life. You drink water, then you pee. Then you drink more water, then you pee more. Evidence of forgery. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Well, Gant, if you knew that evidence was forged and you helped cover up the forgery, that's still a crime. Even if you're just like, well, I didn't participate in the forgery, I just covered it up and that makes me innocent. It's like, okay, sure. You'd also probably be fired. Like, even if it weren't illegal, you'd be fired from your job. Why are you doing that laugh, Luca? Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor?
When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol.
You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences.
Oh.
Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again.
My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know.
All right, Aji. In return, though,
I know, that place, right?
Huh? What are these guys, telepathic?
Evidence and forgery. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office.
I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations.
Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that.
What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped...
Mr. Wright, what are you saying?
Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? What the heck? Thanks, Stream Elements. Thanks, Stream Elements. That was very delayed, but all right. Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? Sorry, let me check my phone really quickly. Oh. Oh, actually, let me be right back. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. My phone had let me know that something got delivered to my front door. And I wanted to pick it up so that no one stole it. There we go. Anyway, can't you prove... You can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Raito's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal.
Grr. I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy, not even Manfred von Karma. Yeah, sure, I guess.
Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered.
What do you mean by that?
This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery.
If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery,
I'm not through speaking yet, Righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless.
Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation?
It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced.
Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient?
Right. The chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time.
Tell me something I don't know.
Come now, Righto. Think about it. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery.
How can you look me in the eye and say that?
Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil?
I'm not sure I care for the word murder here, but in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye.
Well, now do you see? Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you reap from all this.
Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit?
That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police.
Ooh.
The resolution of the SL9 incident secured a promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive.
Oh, that's a good one!
Huh?
Do you really think I'm that incompetent?
What do you mean?
Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief.
Oh, you're sleepy, Enjoy?
Are you sleepy? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a bit little.
Is that true, Edgeworth?
Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway.
Gah!
Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There. It's out in the open now. Archie, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little?
By all means, please do.
I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me.
Nothing in it for you?
Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right, you don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy.
Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? I think so. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone.
Mr. Wright, it appears you are positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
That's not what I mean.
Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence?
Well, I mean, like, obviously Lana Sky.
Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky? The defendant?
I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances.
Yes?
Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant.
But how would he profit from all of this?
He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Do you mean to tell me that, despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh wait, you must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind.
Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her.
Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something.
What?
Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing?
Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture.
I mean, what motive does Lana have to not testify now that we've already essentially gotten Emma accused of murder anyway? Like, what does she have to... Why would she hide? Right? You know, anyway, whatever. Unless, that is also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Which one would that be?
Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt.
Just what do you mean?
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
What? Order, I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious.
Huh?
This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible.
Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's not my claim, it's his claim.
It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now.
It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? The chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder.
Good question.
Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. A miserable pile of secrets. And the question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell.
I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman.
I think it's time for the ID list. I feel like that's what we're presenting now.
This is the ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime.
Hello, Alex. How are you doing? It's good to see you. I'm gonna take some water now. Well, good morning, Alex. I'm doing pretty good. Just trying to finish this case and therefore this game. Although there are more games in this game trilogy, but we'll see how it goes. But how are you doing? Oh, and hello, Shoma. Oh my goodness. So many people showing up today. Let me give a shout out to Shoma before we continue. Hello, how are you doing, Shoma?
Maybe that's a reason to kill you. I mean, until you die, to not save you. Reggie Robeck. Reggie graduated from clown school a long time ago with the search for a paying clown gig. Use your words. The search for a paying clown gig has been unfruitful. They keep making balloon animals.
That does sound like a difficult phrase to say. Paying clown gig, yes. Recovering from 2-week lungs to sickness, but doing well. I'm glad you're recovering, Alex, and you're hungry. I hope you get some food. It's 3:45 a.m., you're at work, but it seems to be going okay. Oh my goodness. Lots of work to take care of. That's very late. So I guess you have a night shift then, Shoma? You want Thai food? Thai food is good. They aren't open until 12. Ooh. Guess you have to wait a little over 2 hours then if you want that. Or you could eat something else. That's also an option. Graveyard shift. It finishes at 7 a.m. local time. Ooh. I'm sorry. That sounds unpleasant in my opinion, but I guess someone's got to do it, right? Sometimes, I don't know. Don't know what you want? Well, I hope you figure out something. So I'm gonna get back into playing the game now.
There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777.
Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number.
It's your number.
What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code.
7 digits? You don't mean...
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime.
Thank you, Luca.
Order, order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say?
Your new password. Yeah, it's the worst ID number and the worst safe number.
Nothing.
The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That is worse. That is worse. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card.
Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime?
What about it? I'm the chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room.
Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he?
Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt.
No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. Very, very deep of you. Very philosophical, Edgeworth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting?
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime.
I think it's this. I'm not 100% certain, but I think it's this.
Detective...
Oh, goodness. My voice cracked, sorry.
Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime.
Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it.
So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police.
Old bag slipped out a little. True. Yet you are in possession of the report. Which means you can't be sure if he filed it.
He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to?
Yes, to transfer the evidence out.
Oh.
Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room.
I accompanied him?
There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room.
Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the Chief of Police, murdered poor Goodman.
Exactly.
But wait, the chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card.
Yes. I do like when Phoenix has the sort of like, just like, yep, type of response. That is, I like it. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Exactly, Jorah.
Chief Gant, you didn't.
The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course.
You're forgetting Mr. Wright. that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony.
Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal.
Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so.
Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space.
Good thing you didn't throw it away like you normally do.
How could the chief have moved the body?
I'm a little lost myself. Huh?
Mr. Wright, show us this evidence.
To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this.
What? The ID card? I don't think so. The King of Prosecutors trophy? Probably not. The knife? Probably not. Parking stub? Probably not. Although maybe. Let's think about that more. Blue Badger panel was allegedly dancing in the evidence room at the time of the murder at the police department. It could have been the Blue Badger, to be quite honest. Maybe. Goodman's autopsy report. I don't think so. Alright, let's look at it though. No. Goodman's note. Not the cell phone. Parking lot floor plans. Crime photo. Goodman's shoe. The white enamel shoe. There was the blood on the underside. Switchblade knife. Found at the crime scene. Solution used for scientific investigation, no. ID card record, no. Fingerprinting set, no. Screwdriver, yes! This is it. This is it. He used Edgeworth's car, of course, but he got Edgeworth. That's why he got Edgeworth to go to the evidence room.
This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body.
What's that? A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this case?
Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here?
It's here because... I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office.
But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to.
You mean I?
The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car.
Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car?
Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Sky.
Order! What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite.
It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk.
Chief Gat, please say something.
I believe your time's up.
My time's up?
Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're to make it in time for the early bird special.
But the cross-examination isn't finished yet.
Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now.
What? This is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
Yes, Shova. Yes. So you're just going to run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now.
Well,
You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor.
Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Sky dispose of the body?
Do I have any concrete proof?
Well, no. No, I don't.
I have no proof yet. It's no use showing evidence that I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence.
See, Aji?
In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief.
What?
Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Aji, I'll leave the rest to you.
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency.
What?
Lady Luck, maybe we should have a word with her.
Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony.
A lady who knows the truth? Another witness.
In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony.
But Chief Gant invoked his right to refuse to testify.
And Chief Gant is not a lady, is he, right? Were you paying attention? There's still someone else. One more witness. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person?
Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling the witnesses today.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
She may not be willing to tell the truth. We can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth...
The defendant? Miss Lana Sky?
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task? To dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well, the court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in
Hold on.
Huh? Chief Cat, I thought you were going to eat.
Listen, good Lana.
He's talking to Lana.
I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. Like, how? Like, why are the judge and the audience not just like, he's openly, like, threatening people in court, just like, unabashedly, and they're just like, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. No worries. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder.
Ah, this isn't good.
Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then. I've got a lunch date to meet.
Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is then in recess. Now in recess.
February 25th, 2:04 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. Looks like we managed to stay in the game.
Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth.
That chief, he's something else, eh, pals? Luca's birthday? Wait, was it? I thought it was February 24th? February 25th is your birthday, but I thought that this was February 24th. That I said, right? I thought that was the date of the trial that we're currently in. And we'll see it again in a second.
Detective Gumshoe.
Just wish him a happy birthday already. Happy birthday, Luca!
I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that.
Ah, don't worry, I've already decided where to work now. There's this French restaurant that's about to open. At your office. Oh, whoops.
My office?
Sure. I'll take place at that top-knotted girl you used to work with.
Could he mean Maya?
Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is he always able to get the upper hand?
It's not fair that he has the right to refuse to testify.
I agree. He shouldn't be able to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said.
But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
Risks? What did he mean by that?
It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. Ah, who is this? You mean he forfeits his right to say anything, too? Oh, wrong one.
You mean he forfeits its right to say anything, too? Emma, are you okay?
Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery.
So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before.
No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved.
Relieved?
Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened.
To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me.
Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything the Chief told her to do.
That must be why she became so cold.
It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now.
I lied. It's actually hot.
It's actually hot, that's right, not so cold. She was hot. Hello, Munchkie Boy. You want to blame anyone, blame society, pal.
Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see.
Well, we'd better get back. It's time for the final act.
Emma, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. I like how oh good, there's another segment. Oh good. Well, we're finishing this today. Trial ladders, this like trial super ladder? Trial ladder 2. Oh, thank goodness. I'm gonna have some almonds as a snack though while we wait. Or before we move on to the final segment. But I demand to finish this today, and yes, it will take some time. Mm-hmm. Whoa. There can't be much left. I agree. It's probably like another half hour or hour at most. And then I'll have lunch. Okay. Time to move on. February oh, it is your birthday, Luca. You were right. I was mistaken. I thought it was the 24th, but it is the 25th. Happy birthday, Luca!
Happy anniversary
of your birth. You know what? In honor of Luca's birthday, let's have another Luca shout out. Another clip for Luca in honor of his birthday. I was the dumb one, Luca, not you. If this clip ever... There we go.
Hello, my name
goodness.
is Luca, and I love that I'm a big baby. I'm a little itty bitty small baby who wears diapers and sucks from baby bottles and all of that. Yeah. Why am I blushing so hard in real life?
I like how the clip that I played in honor of Luca's birthday was from his birthday subathon. It's all coming together now. Courtroom number 9.
Now then, would the defendant Miss Lana Sky please take the stand?
Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Of course, the truth.
Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant.
Gant and the fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. Not Drake. Although, hey, if you want to get Drake convicted, you can do that too. But my only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure.
But Lana!
If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning.
Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me.
But what if she's telling the truth?
She's not. I know my own sister.
And just like other people, I'm reading your mind again.
Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside.
Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Yeah, there's no time to start second-guessing myself.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Gant and the fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years.
How many years exactly?
Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years.
Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases.
She must have been good coming from the same school as Mia.
Damon Gant was a respectable detective, that's why. There's no truth to this blackmail theory.
But think about it, Ms. Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail.
You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present at court is as useless as idle gossip. Eh? I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself.
Did you do so to help your sister?
Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life.
But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything.
That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him.
Lana.
So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago?
When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene.
You say you did this all by yourself?
Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken Prosecutor Award knife was stuck in the victim's body.
Really? What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident.
That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. Wouldn't they have taken that away from Dark when they went to question him? Sorry, I'm thinking too much.
That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies.
All just to protect me.
So when you found a scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body.
You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound?
Then you moved the body?
But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders.
My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others.
Why did you plant the knife? Why did you move the body? Ugh.
I want to go with moving the body. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body?
Just where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body had been found, was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body.
The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan.
Pieces of the jar? You mean...
Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle.
I see.
What's the matter, Emma?
Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that.
There must be a contradiction here somewhere.
Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. Whoops. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying.
Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself.
There's no way she could have done it alone.
I've got to get to Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction.
My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer?
How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it, period.
Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence?
She's lying. She did it so she won't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying! Yeah, we've seen this. Pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. There's something worse about this, isn't there? There's literally Emma's name having been written on it. Look, that's worse, isn't it? Than just, oh, people would know where the struggle took place. Miss Guy, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered?
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. We have a Excuse me.
Do you have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. That's a very good point, Mr. Wright. That's a very good point.
Order, order!
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. Its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth toward which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth.
Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony.
Jar and message in blood. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. Except there was one you didn't get.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. Excuse me. The defense may begin its cross-examination. After you drink some water.
All right. Thank you, Judge. What a refreshing water break granted by the judge. Jar and message in blood. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. Hello, Gem. Good afternoon to you as well. I hope you're doing well. Let me give you a shout out. Let's watch a Gem Star clip. I'm gonna finish this case today. And I have to call my mom. At some point. But how are you doing, Gem? C to crouch. Yes, hopefully.
Ah! Fucking shit. Oh my god. Bro. Here. Okay, take it. Thank you.
That is a creepy smile to
Hey,
have.
this is probably a very strange request, but
It seems like it was a scary game, yes.
So the jar was already broken?
It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier.
It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case.
But not as feeble as the judge's judgment.
You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out.
So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar?
No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust.
Well, that helps my case.
Lana, you'd do that for me?
It seems you two might make up yet.
Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If something happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came.
This is rather shocking.
Just got back home, got coffee and breakfast, now relaxing bit, but good overall. That sounds nice. Coffee and breakfast. What did you get for breakfast? And what type of coffee? To be safe, I wiped away the blood.
I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened.
What do you mean?
If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood.
What else could I have done in that situation? Lana, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all, except you didn't. Because one was hidden.
But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office.
Detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. It's scrambled eggs with toast and then a cinnamon roll. Oh, that sounds very good. Then iced caramel macchiato at this new drive-thru coffee in your area. That sounds like a phenomenal breakfast and coffee choice. That sounds really good, honestly. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
So you illegally rearranged the crime scene?
Yes, I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time.
It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident.
No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office.
More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. You're sure you got them all? Miss Guy, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of.
What?
We found the final piece of the jar in Chief Gant's safe.
In the chief's safe? But how?
I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it.
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you.
But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Ha! Can you believe that?
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that.
There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he were there first, why would he break the jar?
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that?
No.
Even the judge is having a breakdown in this trial.
Wait, I'm not the one on trial here.
Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called?
Fabrication of evidence.
But why would Chief Gant do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet. No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients.
Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem like the type who likes to twist the truth.
Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Lana may be right after all.
What do you mean, right?
So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify once more.
But
if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie.
But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall.
Miss Skye, if you will.
I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
All right, the witness may testify once more. One final time.
Actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor sword.
You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning.
What? To me? But I can't look at the
It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed.
But I don't remember receiving a picture like that.
Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana.
Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right?
I seem to remember getting something from her then.
Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. Now I can look at it.
Hey, there's a picture here.
And a piece of cloth is a piece of whatever type of cloth is missing from Neil Marshall's thing. Leather, that's it. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had arranged everything. Lana's picture inserted into the court record. Mr. Wright! Well, let's look at it. Yep, the piece of leather is missing from his jacket thing. That piece cut out from his vest. Could it be?
The cloth we found inside Chief Gamp's safe.
And the cloth is not covered in blood. That's important as well. What's this? There's a handprint, isn't it? That cloth had fingerprints on it. Whosever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer.
What? Those fingerprints. They're yours, Emma.
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. As long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's... Hold it. Come now, Archie. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen.
Chief Gant.
What, now you want to make me out as the bad guy, too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort.
This must be that risk we were talking about earlier.
Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence.
Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence?
No, I don't, but someone does.
Someone?
So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? Rufus is gonna present evidence? Rufus is gonna be presenting a shout out. Oh!
You are attacked by Zombone the wizard. Zombone says, I've been expecting you for some time, but now you will die. We note that we just hit him with blast potions. Well, I have only 4 healing potions. They better hit. Question. Not high enough. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oof.
Just like that, I died! I couldn't even react!
You have yet to beat him. I mean, that looked hard. It really did. But how are you doing, Rufus? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt.
Is this true, Mr. Wright?
If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer.
Ooh, how's playing Digimon been going?
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
What do I do now? I'd better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall?
Cannot show evidence. Now, to be fair, I just remember this being the correct choice. No evidence shall be shown without approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence must be relevant to the case on trial. Somehow we're gonna use these rules to our advantage, but I don't remember how. Annoying. I'm sorry it's been annoying. How's it been annoying?
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
What?
You lie.
Chief Gant? You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside.
The conclusive evidence.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? Because the person that got me into it lied to me, and this game shows some hints of, what do you call it, Yu-Gi-Oh-ness? I see. So you didn't want something like Yu-Gi-Oh at all, and now it's kind of Yu-Gi-Oh. I see, I see.
It looks like some part of it's been cut out for some reason.
You mean you had this in your safe?
What? That means you, the Chief of Police, have been concealing evidence? This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department.
Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. Yeah, it's very annoying how people take 10 minutes, sometimes literal, trying to finish their combos in the simulator. Oh, goodness. That sounds annoying, yes.
What? You mean you admit to it?
But nothing gets me mauling like being blasted by an ace card, which is kind of like a counterspell, or a hand trap. Yeah, that sounds unfun.
What? You mean you admit to it?
Well, let me, I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her? I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, then when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe?
But why?
Power went out the only time we were actually winning today. I am so sorry, Rufus. That does sound very, very annoying. For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed.
You mean you are calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence?
What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admitted to it then, Chief Gant? That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe?
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present.
Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then, before it was too late.
It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now.
Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
But you don't realize that this shows Gant did it. Because he admitted to hiding this. But there's no blood on it. Which combined with this picture proves that he's the murderer.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh, yes, at last you finally brought it out into the open.
There's a handprint on this piece of cloth.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather, there must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly.
You mean?
It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Oh, you're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Righto had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that?
Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well, I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is... The person to whom these fingerprints belong to. Yeah, that's not quite correct grammar, but whatever.
Emma Sky?
What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me?
Oh, you're really something, Righto. Gonna take some water. You knew this girl did it all along. Ah, she was one of the good ones. No, it's fine. And you still tried to pin the murder on me.
So it's true, tragic but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
How could you? You monster.
Miss Sky?
You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't.
Miss Sky, it's not over yet.
What?
I said this trial isn't over yet.
But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. Oh, thank you, Cillium. Welcome in, by the way. How are you doing? You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer?
Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up.
Oh? And what's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What?
Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
Oh, what did you have for lunch, out of curiosity?
It was Emma Sky, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about?
I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is.
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth.
What exactly is this supposed to be?
This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out?
Yes, it's sort of showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs no doubt were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, God.
Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait. There's no blood on it.
Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time.
No, this is nonsense.
Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside.
He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out.
If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Ms. Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword?
Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it.
Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. It's finally all over.
Objection. Objection. Oh, that was close, Wright. Oh, you almost had me. I'm sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations.
What do you mean you refute his allegations?
You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence.
Order, what is this nonsense?
Legal evidence can't be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Archie. Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you?
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence.
At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
That's not fair.
Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son.
I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth?
True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Well, Mr. Wright?
It seems, at last, the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth?
Oh. No, not illegally.
I admit I refused to present it at one point.
Aha, so the evidence is illegal.
No, it isn't, Mr. Gant.
Huh?
It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved in presenting evidence.
No, Archie, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward you can't really believe. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you cannot prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, or if you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, do so now.
This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law.
What's this?
I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more.
What?
You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law.
Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
I found this piece of evidence myself. Inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department.
Rule 2. Unregistered evidence must be presented. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial.
And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident.
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and...
Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented?
That was only a few moments ago.
No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence... Oh, sorry.
The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant.
You yourself confessed to a certain truth.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut this piece of the... You cut out this piece of the victim's vest?
Oh, yes. No. It was then that you approved this cloth. As conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth.
The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant. The killer was you.
No. Mm-hmm. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum! For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. You wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman.
Detective Goodman?
Yeah, that's right.
If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've gotta help me.
Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. And all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many unanswered questions left. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm gonna hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. Pona's been thinking and not moving for 3 minutes straight now. I am so sorry, Rufus. That sounds unfun. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake.
The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker.
I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will.
Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this?
Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodwin's locker? I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take.
So, you left the jar fragments in the glove.
Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy.
What?
Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend.
I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person.
Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. The judge is a great character. I really do like him a lot. Because once he knows something is true, and I like, okay. So the third game makes this point, right? The third game makes this point that his rulings are always correct, which I think is sort of the wrong point to make. The point is that he always changes his mind based on the evidence. And like, he's always willing to admit, like, what the truth is. Which I think is fantastic. Now you have Righto here, and Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning.
There are two things I want you to understand.
Yes?
First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent.
You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence, up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all of your trouble.
My. What high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. She smiled! She hasn't smiled in 2 years!
Miss Sky.
And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing.
Liar.
Spent the entire match waiting for my opponent to finish me. It was literally 0 cards to my security stacks versus 5 against their. But dude made the mistake of not finishing my Digimon in battle, which triggered an effect that made him lose his Digimon. I won and I could finally quit for the day. Oh, nice win, despite how it played out. A nice win. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop it. I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky.
Yes, Your Honor?
You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty. That is all. This court is adjourned.
And I won't be using that judge voice for quite a while. Ooh, 5:03 p.m. Thank you for the fireworks, Dora. I won't be using that judge voice for quite a while because I'm not going to play the next Ace Attorney game right after this. I'm going to take a break with a different game. February 25th, 5:03 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2.
At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit.
No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. I can see why Mia Faye thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. She must have been in love with Mia, yeah. Of course. There's so much evidence. You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. This is a good running gag. Oh, guess I am. Chagrined. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around while on duty? And to top it all off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Lana.
Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know.
Well, I won't tell if you won't, pal. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on to a brighter future. At least, that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Also, like, I'm going to say that I'm annoyed about something. And what I'm annoyed about is that Emma is such, like, an optimistic, hardworking, like, happy character. Yes, yeah, exactly, Jorah. You know exactly what I was gonna say. Like, in this case, she's such this happy, optimistic, like, hardworking character, and then in the next game that they have her in, like, her entire personality is just being this jaded detective who's lazy and doesn't want to do any work and, like, hates everything and just throws snackoos at you. That's exactly right. It's like, what the heck? At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up.
How tragic.
Life broke her? Yes. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe. Me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Grrr. Where was he hiding? I just came to say, congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right, well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth? Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to try to bring them down once you try to go it alone. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth... Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull off something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma. We're both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true. But think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. We were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, we were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Llama's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. Oh God. Is it this? Is it this? Sure, you have to help me. Usually these are not that hard, but jeez. Or is it the cloth? I don't know. Oh, is it the list of ID numbers? Is it this? I'm gonna look it up. Rise from the Ashes. Final evidence. Oh, you're right. Or how about post-trial evidence? Post-trial evidence. Okay, yeah, it's this. It is this. I mean, it makes sense, but it's the evidence list, yeah. Yes. What you said, not what I was looking at that moment. That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. I choose death. Mr. Edgeworth. If you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, Wright. But what I face now is my problem.
Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court.
You have
Farewell.
my thanks.
Farewell. You have my things. I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. Yeah, it's kind of weird, isn't it, Ethan? Ethan Tasty or Tasty, I don't know, but welcome in. Thanks for the first time chat. I'm about to end, unfortunately, but... Here, there's a little something for you. Scientific investigation? It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. And also, how did we go from an Emma Sky like this to the Emma Sky in Apollo Justice, right? That's the other question I want to know the answer to. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Yeah, we never saw Lana ever again. Well, don't go tricking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But... I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it might be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, I don't have the money for it, so I told him you'd pay for it, pal. Mr. Wright here's the one who'll be footing the bill. Huh? Oh wait, there were supposed to be 3 huhs there. What? You think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Probably bribed himself. I would believe it. Oh, excuse me. Huh? Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. Shu Takumi. Alright. So this was a pretty good case, but yeah, it doesn't fit in the grand scheme of things. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Yep. Yikes, I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. Whatever happened to Gumshoe? Like, after Trials and Tribulations, we've never even heard about him again. Like, just doesn't exist anymore. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday I'm gonna make a detective. Yes, sir, then I could be just like that Dick Gumshoe.
Yeah, it is sad. I mean, I can understand them not having him for several of the games in between, but they should have had him for something. What is that wriggling piece of plywood? Oh no! The poor blue badger. The most important character in the entire trial. He fell apart. Now that he had completed his mission to stop crime.
What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch partner? The star managed to sneak this into me. She's seen one of them guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, it looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water?
Goodness, I'm gonna have to remember some of these characters' voices. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the Wright Way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure to not eat it backwards. I have to say their lines so fucking fast in these credits. Ben Judd? That's an interesting name.
I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I'd better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go.
Oh, the judge's chair. We got to see the judge's chair. Brown Global Solutions. Interest. Or Bound. I don't know, whatever. I don't know these people. It's Maya! Ah, nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya afternoon training's about to begin. Coming! Well, see you around, Nick. That was a surprising voice to pull out of nowhere. And I probably didn't pull out the same voice I used to use for Maya. Oh well. It's close enough. All young women have the same voice from me, right? It's basically just a feminine-ish, high-pitched voice. Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. I brought you your tea. Hmm? What's going on? Edgeworth's letter. He chose death. Edgeworth chose death. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Capcom. Throw? Why are you throwing? What the hell? Wait, did it not work? Did it not work? They're throwing a Staku at you. Ah, I see. Yeah. Why didn't it work? Oh. Oh, I can choose the game! It should be working. You saw it for a second anyway. I can play Justice for All and Trials and Tribulations. Okay, well we finished this. We finished Ace Attorney now. Then we'll play Justice for All. I'm such a fool, I had to start a new game all along. Okay. Well, I need to do some stuff. What a long stream. What a long stream for me. I think I'm going to, raid a person. We went way over time. Oh, let me warp back to my lab though, right? Let's get out my staff and warp back to my lab. Whoops. And I'll turn this music off. Nah, I'll keep this music on. Whatever. Let me raid. There we go. There we go. We're gonna raid Cocoa Bun. But thanks for joining me today, everyone. Congrats to Jorah for getting first and Brox for getting second. On Saturday, we will stream again, and it'll be more Ocarina of Time. Hooray! And then Sunday, a week from today, we're gonna have a fun time with a new game. Should I tell you what it is? Do you want to know what it is? Do you know what it is? Do you want to know what it is? We're gonna start. I'll tell you. My plan is to start Ghost Trick Phantom Detective next week. So that'll be the new Sunday game for a while. Yeah. And after Ghost Trick, I think we'll do Justice for All after Ghost Trick, but we'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling at the end of Ghost Trick. So, anyway, thanks for stopping by, everyone. It's good to see you. I'm gonna warp out now. Bye!